Righty. I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Good to see everybody here this morning. So as always, we'll start with our opening prayer. Good.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you for letting us gather here today safely. Thank you for getting us through this storm over the weekend. Please watch over the citizens of Floyd that need your healing touch and take care of their families and give them comfort in their times of need. Let us be respectful of you and our words and actions be kind and reflecting in your love. In your name I pray, amen.
Join me in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You'll see if all of us is here.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call the roll. How is that? Miss Bechtel,
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Here.
Mr. Cox.
Accounted for.
Very good, very good. Mr. Booth
Here.
and Mr. Turbin.
Yes.
Thank you. Your next item is your approval of the agenda.
Does anyone have anything to add to it? I think you had something to add to the closed session. Have you already put that on there?
Okay. Yes, so we wanted to add something to the closed session. Yeah,
First or second?
Well, and while Kim's looking for that real quick, if I might, Mr. Chair, walk you all through this today, because it is a little complicated. So, of course, we have Dr. Wheeler is already here, so that's great. And then at 9 o'clock, you have the public hearing, so I have to break with that public hearing. Then the sheriff is coming at 9:30. And part of the reason, and I've let them both know this, the reason that we had asked them to come is to kind of kick off your budgeting process. And those are two of your largest items and the ones that unfortunately a lot of other people have a lot of control over as well. So I'm hoping that they can give you all some more insight on that. And I will note to you that the sheriff has a hard stop at 10. He needs to leave by 10. And then we have Lisa Baker. And then the first, if you want to go ahead and make on 10A, that's to make the temporary ordinance permanent. So it was an temporary emergency ordinance. And then that closed session would be here. And then the second, then we'll leave it go at noon, is also a hard stop. Because we need to be at the school to eat at noon. So, and they don't serve lunch indefinitely. So we need to do that. And then after that, we'll move to the commerce. And then come back, Mr. Booth has reminded me that we probably really need to come back here briefly to come out of closed session, certify and adjourn. And if there's any votes that are needed at that time, let you all know.
Can't do it over there? Because we're going in over there.
Well, I guess if we've got everything completed, but I don't think it looks good if we move off site complete, if we have other things.
Yeah, if we have other things.
If we have other things to do,
Well, if that's the case, it may not be a good idea to go in closed session over there. Because we gotta certify what we did when we leave there to get back here.
Right.
See what I'm saying? We only have a big gap there. If somebody had questions and three of us was in the same vehicle or whatever, may cause some problems.
No, fair enough. So you want to close it over there?
well,
It's-
Now, we can,
well, you
reckon
can,
that Dana can come back over here for the close?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
instead of having closed there at all,
Yeah.
just come back here right after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Just have it here.
do
Okay,
the
Yeah.
close,
so
you
just
can
do
back.
the tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do the tour and then come back over here for the closed session.
Some chairs, but yeah, okay. Thank you. We'll do that. Appreciate it. And thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chair. So, the addition would be, assuming we have time, to the first closed session, and that's related to A6.
Which is this discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public, initially, the financial interest of the government unit would be adversely affected.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it.
So, anybody else have anything to add? I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
If I might, on the motion to approve the agenda with the addition of an additional item for the first closed session under A6, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbrook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Next will be approval of the disbursements. Anybody have any questions? Not, the floor is open for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, no other discussion, call the roll.
On the motion to accept the disbursements as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And look at that, you're a little bit ahead of schedule, but Mr. Wheeler is so kind to get here early.
There you go. Anton says 6 minutes, mine says 2 minutes, so we'll go by mine. So,
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think the first thing, there was a supplemental appropriation. If you have questions, it was on it last month that you didn't get to, but it's the normal in and out from the ESSER, putting back all the HVAC things that were taken out. And the makeup airs, and we talked about this before, the makeup airs were done when we took them out. They weren't even usable in some schools. So, and I know it, saved quite a bit of money. When we did cut the HVAC budget 4 years ago, we were kind of scrambling to see what we needed to do because they were not usable and obviously not the best environmental situation in the HVAC. But ESSER came along, and so that's, most of those are going back in. So, and we had to use the money for that because that had to be replaced. The other one is our health grant that we've worked with Nurse Peggy Kessler, and those are specific for nurse, either equipment or conferences. So it does help some and gets us more equipment on a grant, on a health grant. So that's the other money there that's going in and out. So those are the supplemental appropriations, but it's coming in and going straight out.
Get any questions?
Tell them anything you're.
Oh, I can do that. I didn't know whether y'all needed to improve those. Well, obviously, there's a lot going on, and we have updates every week, and with as much information as they can tell us from VDOE and the Director of Finance for VDOE. Historically, what we've done, and when I came in, is we wanted to start at the floor. I mean, you have to have a starting point, and that means ask the same as you did last year. We've been able to manage that for the most part. Two things that we have done, and we saw a difference in this year. Previously, before, when the state gave a raise, we didn't get all of it. So to give everybody a raise, had to come to local funds. We haven't done that in 6 years, and we're not going to plan to do it on this year. Last year was a 5% We have 3 budgets sitting out there right now, and then we have not got the calc tool. Until we get a calc tool with the official numbers, we can't do anything. And this is usually the time frame that it happens anyway. And hopefully by the end of this week, early next week, we'll be able to do that and have a draft of a budget. So, with that said, not a lot of moving parts. We're about 83% benefits and salaries. One thing we saw after removing positions over the years that we've had, and we've gotten efficient, and I believe that you always get efficient. We have 2 things going on now. The positive is the SOQ raise that we get, there's a lot less on our part that we have to put in because we're about as efficient as we can get. We're down to 1 grade level, full classes. And, that can't go on forever, but we're going to still need to do that. The other, I guess, could be a positive. It's the first time in, a couple decades that our enrollment's going to be up. We're going to use a number higher than we used last year for our ADM. And that's a good thing. A lot of that's with the CCDC. And don't let me forget, I got a couple other news points for adults in the CCDC too. So with that said, we try to start at the floor. But with this calc tool error, we have been using a number that's incorrect. It's overinflated. So that number comes, we're at the second year, this budget going next year is the second year of a biennium. That mistake takes away from the budget we're sitting in now that will finish June 30th and next year's budget. Well, the General Assembly, the governor has said we're going to work to make up this year's, which will be good. We're planning on, it was over $110,000 just to limp in and do what we could do. But they're going to make that up, and obviously we're going to need every bit of it, especially with the cost of fuel that went up, and we even increased for our new HVAC. But unfortunately, the country's fuel costs went way up. As far as fiscal year 24, the budget that we'll present to you all, there was no makeup on those funds. So our floor that we started with is now about $276,000 short. So this will be a unique budget. What we're going to work to do, and I got to bring it to our board, is make that difference up and start at the floor even. And then see what we got from there. There'll be some things that we're planning on that could have an effect later on, like a lot of things do, that we may not be able to take out, that we probably will have to take out. So that's where we are with it. The hope is that we come, at least for the first one, to get the floor level. And I think that's a great place to start. And then when our board looks at the budget, and we're at a point now where, if with the positions that we have absorbed, if there's needs there, that's the biggest cost is a position. So we'll see where we are with it. But I can tell you we're planning now, when we get the calc tool, to try to make that $276,000 difference up. And we'll show you the items that had to come out to do it. I mean, prior, we felt fairly good that we could do some things, but now we got to just get that calc tool. But we're going to be prepared, and we'll present it right now, March 2nd, to our board. That'll be their first draft. They'll get it. We'll have the items that we take out to get to the 276, and we'll just go from there. But, and that's preferably the way that we have done it. We wanted to come in, so you have a finite number. You got to have a starting place. So not all budgets are done like that. Not all school budgets. Most of them come in and say, I need 300, 400, and we need this, this, and this. We're going to start, we're going to become efficient. And our efficiency has shown in the SOQ funding, because my goodness, we don't have to, we get a lot and don't have to pay much because most of our positions are SOQ now. Now, the danger with that is the need for mental health, the need for behavior specialists is increasing. Now, we're fortunate, probably, we have added those when we could or reallocated when we got efficient. So we'll see where that goes, and hopefully the state will continue to add more positions to SOQ, to their definition of SOQ, that are not funded by the state. But so that's where we are right now with it. We're working on getting out of the basement, coming back up to the floor, and try to make up this 276. And like I said, we'll have the itemized list that's coming out that was in there before when we were at the floor. And you'll see where it hits. But we'll do what we have to do. And bottom line is, it's the board, school boards, They'll have to sign off on it all. All I do is give information and give options and try to not use, and honestly, and I get beat up for this a little bit, but I want to use the least amount of local funds as we possibly can. I really do.
Questions?
Yes.
Appreciate that. A couple of things just for our folks that are watching. SOQ, would you please, standard of quality?
Yeah, the state lists positions that they feel like they can fund that are required.
Right.
I use required loosely because there's other positions that they don't fund.
That are,
Yeah.
that
So-
should be required.
So if we have, for an example, if a school system has 400 employees and you want to give a raise to everybody, the state may only give you enough of the 2%, 5%, whatever it is, for 260 of them. And what we have done I guess this is probably my 7th budget, we have not asked whether it's a 2% raise, whether it's 2.5%, whether it's 5% last year, we have not asked for that extra from local. We have just became more efficient and absorbed it. And
Okay, and then also for our folks listening at home, and just for clarification, the $110,000 short is from the
Last year.
state's calculations that they
Yes.
did. It was not from our local.
No.
I just want to make
No,
sure that everybody
not at
understands
all.
that. Some people have not followed the news so deeply.
no, formulas aren't on those calc sheets. So this formula was put out, I believe, in June, and we're living it.
Yeah,
So
but it was an
the-
error when they put it out.
there was an error when they
Right.
put it out, and they caught it last month.
Right.
And for the, out of goodness and the governor's goodness, they said, we can't let you be 3/4 through the year and all of a sudden say, there's a big error, you're out of money. We can't do that. So hopefully that'll come back, and that'll just be basically, like we say, a 1-for-1.
And you also mentioned something about, you've had your pre-registrations already?
We're in that process. Kindergarten's a big one. We know
Right.
the other numbers. Our ADM is up from last year, so our ADM that we use for the state calculator
Right.
will be different. And that's a little bit of a help on this 276.
So do you think that I don't want to use, retrieving is not the right word, but do you feel like we're recapturing some students that may have not been in school the last 2 years that are now coming back into?
I think that's a small part.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's a huge, huge problem in this state. Not so much for us because our graduation rate is high, but getting those people that were out for so long over those 2 years is a big is a big issue.
Right.
It's a big issue with other school divisions. That's a small part of it. The other part that you'd have to look at is the birth rate in the 3-year-old. The calculations that they use for the ADM are pretty sophisticated. And if there's no children here, then your numbers they're going to be low. It's not that you didn't lose any, it's just, 10 years ago you started with 60 3-year-olds, and now, you're starting with 30. So the numbers start at that level, and that's how they calculate.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's recapturing. You never know what that is, but
Right. Some that homeschooled and have now felt more comfortable letting their children come back into the public setting. I mean, this could be
we do. We get those. We get an influx of those, and we see that, and I think that's a very good positive for Floyd, because it honestly still is a national problem with, as far as making sure kids are going to school. Not homeschool, just making sure they go,
Yeah.
because they're used to not going. But we do good. The county resources are tremendous with our FAP team. Dr. McDaniel, Dr. Cromer do a tremendous job with those families too. Bill Gardner's exceptional. Wow, what a treasure. What a treasure. So that.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing with the CCDC, if you got another budget question.
Just wondering, our state Senate, for whatever reason, is trying to push through what I think is an illegal bill associated with some of the ARPA money and the federal monies for changing the deadline from 24 to this July 1, spending it. If that passes, are you going to have to restructure your plan, or can you?
I look at the comparison. We didn't get much.
Right.
And every dime of that. Now, I'm sitting here, like I told you before, with some of these older units from 1994. We don't have enough funds in those to redo those. And the cost is unbelievable these days. They're large units, and they condition a large area. So, no, we will not have a problem. Now, will 90% of school divisions or organizations have it? 100%, probably, from what I hear, for one reason. They can't get contractors to bid, and they can't get the work started because it's hard. So we won't have a problem. All those funds go straight through our federal program that we use with the state, and they're itemized to a T.
Of course, it'll probably be challenged if it does pass both houses and the governor sign it, but the thing that concerned me was people suddenly rushing to spend, and you got certain things you can spend it on, certain things,
Absolutely.
you can't. What I'm afraid we're going to see some school districts get, now, I wasn't expecting here, but some of our school districts are going to get in a real bind if they get to rushing and throwing stuff in there without fully vetting it just to meet their arbitrary change in the deadline.
I don't know if it pertains, the bill pertains to everything that you're allowed to spend it on, but there are some things that you can spend it on that would be a big issue for school divisions because they're reoccurring costs.
Right.
And they have to
And that's
find a
what-
way to put that back in, and if they take a year off of that, and we don't have that,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I've heard that worry.
Yeah, that's the worst thing they did was doing it on reoccurring costs.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, that's all I had. I just was wondering how it might impact us.
No.
I'd like to change the subject completely and congratulate David McKee
Yeah.
going to regionals for the spelling bee Floyd district.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you for that. Yep. CCDC. They're working. We're about done. We'll have a nice thing in May or early June. We'll look at that. one of the news stations who did the story at the beginning when we had the open house to look at the designs. We'll do it again. So, but we just got our health and medical sciences lab. We're getting that certified to be able to test there for the nursing certifications. And Sonora Faulkner will go through the process to be a test site. And she'll be able to test. So that's just not for our students who we used to have to go to, and it's adults too. If they, if there's an adult that's taking community classes or getting theirs, we can test them here, and those are usually, and she'll set that up like on Saturdays and Sundays. Our pipe fitting class should be started. We vetted it. We vetted everything through. The company is ready to go, providing the instructor, and those are ready-made jobs. If you finish that, that company is probably going to be hiring you. So we'll start that in our welding lab and all of them. So, and I think that's a lot of good things, and we're getting there and enjoying the no snow some days and wishing there was snow other days. So I know.
Worked out good. Oh, yeah. Teachers worked.
Yes, it did. It made it very easy.
Well, I know a couple of you guys not happy either. But, this may not have anything to do with this, and I gotta be quick because we run out of time, but I was thinking that I'm glad we got people that's conscientious about where our money's going and everything. Because, I heard on news, y'all probably did, 2 states over, all that money, offer money, was supposed to brought laptops and stuff for their kids. When they got to investigating, they had virtual training for 2 years. And there wasn't nobody in school. But they took that money and hired hall monitors. Yeah. Then they give the hall monitors a bonus for doing such a good job. Give the teachers a raise, and then the ones on up above got these big bonuses and all that, and not one single kid got a laptop. That burnt me.
Yeah.
Didn't have nothing to do with me, but it still made me mad.
Yep.
But I'm glad we don't have to worry about
Makes us
that.
appreciate what we've got.
We do,
Yep.
we really do.
It's worked out well with that money and what we did cut before, and it really has for the county. So I'm grateful for that.
Thank you.
All right, then I'll see you at 12 at lunch. All right, manager special, so you'll see what you get.
It's good. Feed everybody else and we'll get the leftovers.
Says we're 2 minutes over, Danton says we're 2 minutes early, so we'll split the difference. So
Possible.
I'll go ahead and come out of this meeting. Word to use. Yeah, we recess. I thought that sounded too much like a playground. We'll go ahead and recess this meeting and, I'll call our public hearing part in order or open. Mr. Cox, you want to read some prayer this time?
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We ask that the decisions that we make be a benefit to the citizens of this community. Watch over what we say. Let us say what we need to say. Lead, guide, and direct us. Be with the citizens of this community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Pledge again.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Check our quorum again, make sure nobody left.
Okay, let's take the quorum again. So, Ms. Bechtel,
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Here.
let's see, Mr. Cox,
Here.
Mr. Booth,
President.
and Mr. Turbin.
Here.
Of course, Mr. Chairman, as you know, this is the public hearing for the proposed amendments to the Floyd County Elderly and Disabled Tax Relief Ordinance. And it amends sections 46-105 and 46-106 of the Floyd County Code pertaining to certain exemptions from taxation of real estate of the elderly and disabled. And I have, as you know, back in November, on November 22nd, you all approved a temporary ordinance, change in ordinance. And now we need to go back, now that it's been fully advertised, that we can go back and if you all choose to make it permanent. So what I have in my hand right now is what you all approved back in November. And then sitting in the printer is basically the same thing, but taking out the reference to temporary and November of '22, to just take that out and update it if that's the direction you choose to go. But with that, here's these, if you move down.
And we, even with the problems with the one, we got enough advertising on it to proceed.
We did. So if I might to clarify, we had challenges. We had, as you know, we need to run it twice, 1 week apart, and a paper of record. We submitted it to the Floyd Press, to their legal ads department. They failed to run it the first time. So it was run another time in the next week in the Floyd Press as a courtesy, but it was also run in the Roanoke Times twice to meet the requirement. And all of those were free because this is the third time they've done this, and that's really enough. So
Thank you for keeping up on these things.
thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So we have in our packet the new one that was put in 4 minutes ago, correct? Okay.
This is.
No, this is the old one because it has 22 November. The new one is in our packet.
Should have the
Okay.
updated date.
Yeah, it has the updated date and the $6,000 is highlighted. And that is because.
It was highlighted before. I think that has not changed it, but it was something that Mr. Durbin had highlighted originally to make sure that's the amount that everybody wanted or not.
Gotcha.
So,
So we will unhighlight it. Got it. Okay. I mean, I don't mean to.
no, and apologies, I was having a little problems getting next day.
Thank you. Shall I refresh?
Let's see, so.
I guess I need public comment on this public comment period to be only on ordinance for amending 46-105, 46-106, relating to certain exemptions from taxations for real estate for the elderly and disabled. And then we'll have a public comment later for anything else. So is there,
To clarify here, so just to make sure, for the public hearing portion, I originally had Mr. Vest, who was asked to be taken off, and then Ms. Yates? Yes. Okay, great. So if you're off, then I guess.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Yates. I'm from the Locust Grove District. I wanted to speak on this and just ask that you consider eliminating any income requirements here. Income is a false equivalency when it comes to elderly and disabled individuals. Their income isn't representative of their financial situation. They tend to be the individuals with the highest medical bills and pharmacy bills. And so many of them are on Medicare and Medicare through their disability that they hit the donut hole at exactly the time that the property taxes are due. And that's when their largest bills are, and they're going to have to choose between paying their taxes and keeping themselves alive. I'm I was a caregiver for 6 years for my uncle before he passed away, and he was disabled, but did not qualify for any tax abatement because his income was too high. And yet his prescription costs exceeded the monthly income that he was getting. So he's not the only one. I'm not the only one that has experienced that and has tried to figure that out. And I realize that that would certainly increase the number of individuals that would be eligible for abatement. But after all they've done in their lives for this county, being productive members of society, don't we owe them that very little bit of understanding at that time? That's all. Thank you.
Is that our sign that? Yeah. I guess we take action on this after we,
Yes, so I
Come out.
believe you would have to go ahead and adjourn the public hearing, declare it closed, and then we would move back to your regular meeting that you recessed, and then if you choose to take action, that would be an appropriate time.
okay. So if no one else to speak, I will adjourn the public hearing and reopen our regular meeting. Do y'all want to hold this towards the end where we can have a discussion first? Okay. All right.
I think we would need a motion for adjournment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I get ahead of myself. I take a motion to adjourn the public comment period.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call the roll.
Right, on the motion to officially close and adjourn the public hearing related to the proposed amendments to Floyd County Elderly and Disabled Tax Relief Ordinance, amending sections 105 and 46106 of the Floyd County Code. Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, so your public hearing is closed. You're returning to your regular scheduled programming, as they say.
Took the words right out of my mouth. All righty. Yeah, we'll make Brian mad. We let him come on.
It's easy.
You know, bend you on a time schedule.
You can speak for 50 minutes.
I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, you can give a B course while you're at it.
Well, I can do the B course.
And if you run out of something to say, we'll go into apples.
There you go. Just keep on rolling with it. Let me get over here, I guess. All right, so Linda had messaged me here the other day about trying to get into, I guess, give a rough draft, what we're looking at. Seems like our budget here, we never figure out what's going on with the legislators or anything like that until the very last minute. It appears they are trying to kind of hammer it down. It's not as crazy it was last year, so hopefully this will be more of a decent rough draft. So what she asked me to do was come in and just kind of give y'all a heads up of what we're looking at funding wise, additional revenues if needed. So we'll go ahead and jump right in it. Of course, as we've discussed for the last couple of fiscal years, the state did an unfunded mandate, imagine that, asking for EMD, which I am totally for, the emergency medical dispatch. I've wanted that since I've been sheriff. With that being said, we're looking at the equipment side, the emergency medical dispatch side. That comes into effect July of 2024. But we would have to purchase that equipment, things like that. I think Kevin is working on that side of it. If not, I'll make sure I get with him so we can find out for sure. Personnel-wise, we've went around to other departments very similar to our size, and it looks like minimally we can get this going with EMD with an additional addition of 2 dispatchers, which I believe I've told you all that for the last couple of years, and of course now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. give or take, depending on where that's at, the additional funding with benefits and things like that, you're looking at about $105,000. Once again, that's an unfunded mandate. Me and Marie March have had discussions about that. I don't know if anybody's put any bills in to try to help us with that. I'm not sure. Wasn't able to talk to her to see if there was any bills trying to help out the localities with that. But if nothing passes on that side, once again, we're looking at about $105,000 for 2 dispatchers. That includes benefits, VRS. That should be close to about everything. It does appear that the Senate and the House are somewhat agreeing on a 5% raise for deputies. What that equates to is about $78,000 and some change. Additional revenues coming in from the comp board. My very rough estimate so far, without seeing the numbers from the governor's office or the House or the Senate, would be $33,000 and some change. So we're looking at an additional $45,000 to $46,000 additional revenue from the county. That would be minus the comp board coming in. So we would have the additional revenues of $33,620, which would leave the county looking at $45,067, and that's animal control. That's everybody. So that's all the law enforcement side. I know we had talked about last year with the addition of emergency medical dispatch, trying to get the starting wages of our dispatchers up so we can, try to get some keep our experienced folks and to try to help pay for the additional stressors that EMD is going to bring. We're looking at the potential of the additional $3,000 raise for those this year, which would add another $30,000 of additional funding coming in. There was some talk about the state potentially funding some raises for dispatchers, but with that, when we looked at the rough estimates, we're maybe talking $10,000 they may give us towards that. So, but anyway, so we'll just stick with that hard figure of the $30,000 on that. As always, I always ask for that last school resource officer that I've asked, tried to get for the last, I guess 7-8 years. But y'all have given me one here and there. We're almost there. And of course, that would bring in that $60,000. Y'all probably got that number memorized by now. But the only other thing we're looking at is Taser has kind of threw us for a little loop, which is, what we use where our guys and gals are out there by themselves. It's just one more tool on their belt to keep them from going to their sidearm. Now they're looking at a yearly purchase price in support of $14,300 a year that we'll have to pay just in order to keep our men and women safe. So that's a decision that we're trying to work with them to see if we can get that changed or how long they're going to continue to support the current tasers we have. We've got Greg, who's over those. He's contacting other departments, kind of seeing where they're going. But Axon's one of those deals that every time another company comes out with a taser, they sue them and win. It just blows my mind how the government can't figure out how to step in and allow this not to happen. But anyways, that's a whole nother story. Other than that, there's really no bills that we're seeing kind of coming through that would significantly impact financially yet on, what's going to happen other than the EMD side of it. Hopefully Kevin can find some grants or something like that to help support that, and I think he has been working on that. But other than that, that's about all I got.
I'll fight it out.
And animal control, looks like we're right where we need to be on animal control. So.
Of course, we got some stuff there in the future that will come into play between the two of y'all to help some of the things in animal control and some of the duties they have to perform. Are you seeing a increase? I know some jurisdictions coming out of the pandemic are seeing numbers starting to rise in cases and arrests and that sort of stuff. Are y'all seeing an increase since the pandemic, or is it still?
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty
definitely
constant.
since the pandemic. The pandemic slowed some things down. If I actually have all those figures that
Well,
we've
no,
got.
I was just wanting in general. I wasn't trying to
Right.
put you on.
Yeah,
the
it's
spot.
definitely on the rise. You know, our drug arrests have increased. You know, DUIs, our warrant service has increased. Our civil process has increased. You know, everything definitely slowed down during the pandemic side. But, you know, just overall, you know, since I've been sheriff, our numbers has continually went up. So, in about every aspect of it. So.
Are you able, and I'm sure you are, but I just want to, after some stuff that's happened in a neighboring county, if say social services, somebody like that, you're more than able to have someone accompany them on, if they're needed.
Yeah, if we get the calls from social service or anything like that, yes, whether it's a road officer goes with them, one of the investigators, anytime they request anybody, we're always doing everything we can to kind of meet up with them. You know, it's one good thing is we're such a small group of folks that we all try to work together and knock it out. You know, and sometimes we may have to delay it. You know, they understand we got court going on or a jury trial or whatever. They may have to delay it for an hour or two, but then we get out there. But you know, I haven't had any complaints from Chad or anything like that.
Well, no, I haven't either.
Right.
I just want to thank you for that relationship y'all have established. We're all in it together.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's all I had, sir.
So, the figures that you've quoted us are what we'll have to put in to make sure that everybody gets the raises. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, especially also for those tuning in.
Yeah, so I broke it down in keeping the civilian side out, the
Correct.
law enforcement side, because unfortunately, most of the time what happens is the state always looks at our law enforcement officers, which is great. You know, these men and women need it, but very seldom do they ever look at our communications folks, which to me, you know, those folks have, you know, they go through the
Yes.
same thing, PTSD, everything. You know, they're hearing what's going on. They know these folks are dying. They hear, you know, the spouse screaming. You know, in some
Right.
cases they hear the shots fired. You know, these folks go through it.
Yep.
But it just seems like they're always, you know, on the
Left out.
backside. You know, to give you kind of an idea on how much those positions rotate, our second most senior person, our second most senior dispatcher now has 3 years, and she just turned 21 years old. So, you know, these are the folks that you know, we're asking to, you know, especially with EMD coming on to help you, you know, do CPR on your spouse or put a tourniquet on when they cut their leg with a chainsaw or, you know, for that matter, deliver a baby. Let's throw something nice in there. You know, so, you know, those are the things that excite me about the EMD side of it.
Yeah.
But scares the folks that we currently have because it's a step they've never done. But, you know, when it's taken, whether it's 10 minutes or 20 minutes to get an ambulance to you, you know, if you're having a heart attack or you've, you know, hit your leg with a chainsaw or something like that, that time just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or having a child, that time doesn't have, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Something that was brought to my attention, and I don't know if this is the right time, but I know our school bus safety is paramount to you. And we've discussed this on a couple of occasions privately, and I think here in open session as well. And just recently, a ruling came down where someone was found not guilty of passing a school bus with the flashing lights and the stop sign out. Is there, and I don't think there was any kind of law enforcement present to verify, so it was, you know, a situation. Go ahead if you have something to say.
I will say there was a substitute judge that day.
Right.
So, I'm not saying they made a good decision or a bad decision, but it was a
Correct.
decision of somebody who doesn't, gotta be very careful.
Yes, I know.
Some judges hear that.
I was going if I
Be careful, and
I remember the substitute judge days.
right,
Yeah,
Get a
right,
substitute.
right.
yeah.
So I guess,
Things are different.
yeah, so I guess what I'm asking, I mean, you know, these are our children,
Correct.
And the constituent that brought it up to me was very concerned, no longer has children in the system, but that doesn't matter to any of us.
Right.
You know, to know that somebody blew by a school bus with flashing red lights and the stop sign out and children exiting the bus, you know, a tragedy was averted, but, you know, just by probably seconds. I don't know exactly what I'm asking of you, other than if you can, whenever possible, to maybe have some patrols out during those times, and
Well, it's, you know.
and it's an isolated case, I will say that.
Right. Well, we just wrote another one the other day, and this was an officer who observed it. You
Gotcha.
know, it's one of those things that, you know, of course, Paul works part-time for us sometimes, so it's,
Yeah.
we have very good open communication. If he knows, you know, there's a problem area, we'll send an officer behind that bus. You know, we can have them just kind of ride behind that bus to see and, you know, try to catch if it's a specific individual or a place that it, you know, openly occurs. Other than that, you know, it's one of those cat and mouse games. You know, we could ride behind that bus for 300 miles, and then the minute, you know, the officer turns off to work funeral traffic, 3 cars blow through that
Right,
stop sign.
right.
But yes, no, Paul is very, you know, we have that good open connection, and if they know that there's something, and yes, we're going to follow those buses. We're going to do everything we can to try
And
to.
Paul is our,
Yes, Paul is the one that's over the bus garage.
Correct.
Yes.
I just try to, you know, keep
Right.
everybody informed. All right, well, thank you. I, you know, it was troubling to my constituent who reached out to me. I told him that I would try to bring it up wherever I possibly could, and, you know, I can't believe that someone would do that. I can't fathom. A school bus is,
Like I said, I'm gonna hold my comment.
yeah, I got you. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Anything else? Don't hesitate to call or.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Off subject here. Is jail, have we got workforces coming out yet?
Not yet. They still, the jail is still at a point where
The ones in there need to be in there.
no one wants to come out and work.
Yeah.
You know, we have a roadside crew, and every time Officer Dobbins calls me up, you know, he's like, I'm like, yes, I need you to either come help Cheryl or go along, you know, this road and pick up trash, go around these green boxes, pick up trash. So anytime they have a free moment, I will never turn down the jail crew. You know, they don't have enough for even trustees right now. No departments, and you know, a lot of times Gerald's getting out here and he's weed eating with the inmates to try to help. You know, so this officer who's, you know, he's getting a man or two, and they're coming out and he's jumping right in with the weeds, you know, with the weed eater. And
Can we get on the list, put ahead of the ones that's usually there at first? Because I know some of our green box sites.
yeah, I can call him today, and regardless,
Yeah.
he'll throw me a slot. You know,
Yeah.
especially, you know, if any of y'all have a specific one that's really trashed up, just let me know, and we'll get them to go there directly. Yeah.
And up here at
Well,
Buffalo.
anywhere there's bears.
Yeah, well, get them out here before the snake season.
Yeah.
That's what-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the weeds get too
And
high.
we're continuing with our green box interdiction, I guess, if you will. You know, we continue with that. Ironically, it seems like I get more complaints on that than about anything, but, yeah.
Our guys,
But we're out there trying, you know, to help the county and the taxpayers by,
you know, the solid
watching
waste
everybody's
guys
green
is doing a great job. But when we have these big windstorms,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you see it half mile down the road either way.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we definitely don't want the landowners to say, take your boxes and get out of here, so.
No,
Yeah.
no, so,
Well, if y'all think about it, just text me the specific areas and I'll get Officer Dobbins on it.
Now, I was going to go back and ask about the EMD real quick. What's the training period? Like how long? How long does that?
We've already started training all our officers. They're all CPR certified, except for maybe 1 or 2 of the new ones. I know Kevin and Lucas Graham are working on it. My communications director, Kevin Sowers, emergency service coordinator. People who are listening. And so I think Kevin has found some grants on that side, so we're pretty fortunate there. So they're going to start working on that side of it to try to get those folks trained up. 'Cause the go period's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've made tremendous improvement from back in the past, in me and Joe's earlier days of the late 90s and early 2000s of being a training ground on the roadside.
Right.
Of coming here, getting certified as a deputy, and then going to a different jurisdiction. But what my thought was going to be is we definitely want to make sure we don't become a training ground for the EMD.
Correct.
So, like, do you know what the pay difference is at surrounding localities?
No, not right off. I know Lucas has he has started a list on kind of where everybody's at, and I'm thinking those figures are in there. So we're getting closer, and we'll continue when I submit the budget. Hopefully that'll be part of it. That way y'all can kind of see where they're at, and maybe what I'm asking today is nowhere near enough or way too much. But it'll give y'all a sliding scale. I got to throw both that in there.
Thank you.
Because I'm gonna tell you, my men and women are worth every penny.
I know they are.
So.
And I was going to suggest too that Dr. Millsaps, when you go to your joint meetings with managers and administrators, that one of the things they were going to work on was, now that everybody's moving to paid EMS staffs, let's all work together and not try and pull people away from each other's jurisdictions. Let's be a little bit more equitable across the board. Maybe it can be brought up for this, since this is a regulation that's going to be happening as well. We're all trying to work together. I mean, nobody wants, sometimes we're, mutually assisting. So,
Right.
For somebody to increase somebody's salary just to get other people over, it's really not the way we should work in our small Southwest Virginia communities. We just got to work
when
together.
you have folks real close with the tax revenue, they're going to do what they can to try to steal whoever they can.
Yeah, I get you.
I feel
As long as we're close
Yeah.
enough.
I feel sorry for these new dispatchers that don't have that medical training. Because the average person thinks the only thing they do is sit there and talk on the telephone, make notes. They don't realize the stress that those people go through. Road officers, we're out there when we got eyes on the situation. The only thing they got is what they hearing on the telephone.
Right.
I remember one dispatcher was talking to a guy on the phone, his brother shot him in the back. Just happened, he was a seasoned, he had military, so he didn't throw him too far out. But there's a bond between the dispatchers and their officers.
Yeah,
And
and we could go in forever just for my 2 years of dispatching on things that I can remember, that I still remember from 1997 and 6, that still stick in my mind from dispatching back then.
I appreciate you and Levi moving me up, but y'all
Yeah.
about 20 years off of where I sat.
I got one more question.
There you go.
Look, as the leader of the department, what do you see more of the employees having hardships over? Pay or health insurance benefits?
The health insurance benefits. We get a lot of men and women that come in. The pay, y'all have done an outstanding job with getting the pay close enough to where we're finally at a point where folks from other departments that we've lost them to are coming back to us. Yes, they're taking a pay cut to come to us, but it's worth it to them to come back to their home community. So, right now it's incredible. I've been able to get 3 folks back to this department that have went to other departments. So that side of it. But the problem that I see running into, whether it's dispatch or law enforcement, and it's probably any career, is, these guys and gals get into law enforcement, they're single, everything's going great, the county pays for that single policy, they get married, and all of a sudden they have a kid, and their, $40,000 a year job just took a $1,200 a month pay cut each month to pay, the insurance. So
I've been there.
40,000, just went to, what's that, 38,000? Or no, 28,000? And that's hard to live, that's hard to live for those folks. And then when they see some of these other departments, right now the state police with their transfer portal, they're probably going to open that back up. So these folks are going to get a pay raise, and then their family plan is only going to cost about $400 a month. So instantly, you're getting a $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 raise. Then you're getting another $8,000, $9,000 raise because of health insurance.
Yeah.
what's the answer on health insurance? That's something I have no knowledge of, on how to do the bidding process, how to get all that kind of stuff out there. So, but that is one of the big things that you see, and that's where, once these men and women, they start looking at having families, that's really when they start looking to, well, where am I going to go to get better benefits? Or they just get out of law enforcement completely, and they were great. We need them here, very talented young men and women.
How much of the department do you think's in that category of, we were single, now we got married, getting ready to have kids? I know there's a couple.
Yeah, there's a handful. I don't know, probably 3 or 4 right now. But you've had a handful of dispatchers. That's one of the reasons why they leave. They have children, and it's just hard for those folks, whether it's the shift work or the combination of the insurance. So I'd have to just kind of sit down and divide it out.
Yeah.
I still feel like it, and I'll keep on harping on this. Maybe one of these days some of them will listen, but I think a lot of these counties around here should go in together
Right.
and start a co-op like the state police has got. Because if you can shave off $500 off of the family plan, that's a $500 raise for that officer.
You see it directly.
Yeah.
You see it directly.
Because I remember one officer, and you'll know who I'm talking about, him, his wife, and daughter, family plan was $1,200 a month. By the time he did that and paid his taxes and retirement stuff, he had $500 left out of his paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how the man made it. He had some good, good support somewhere, but,
Right.
He, a good budget too, but.
Yeah, the insurance
Yeah.
tough for everybody, school system, everything. There ain't no doubt in my mind, y'all wish y'all could just snap your fingers and have it fixed. 'Cause that'd help keep your teachers and,
That's the horse
Us
we've
and
been
everybody.
beating ever since I've been on the board,
yep.
and we just can't find an answer to.
Dude,
Yep. Even way back when.
even way back when.
But
I don't know. It looks like the other jurisdictions, more people in a plan, the better it is for everybody. So I don't understand why some of them in the past wouldn't join up. But this is going all the way back to 92 and whatever, and we bid it out, and it's the best bid we can get,
Right.
and that's sad. And if we can't do better, we may have to look at maybe applying some more toward the family plan. I mean, I know your department, but all our departments, we've got good employees. I'm not saying the ones in the past were bad, but we've probably got as good employees as we've ever had. And, we need to keep them. And I hear it's not the salaries.
Mm-hmm.
It's the insurance cost.
Well, right now, one of the biggest things, whether it's law enforcement, teachers, what have you, there's so much trading that goes into these folks. There's so much investment that we as a county already have into these people, just to turn around and to lose them. Let's talk about my law enforcement folks. I came to y'all years ago with a plan on, how do we keep our folks? We implemented that plan. We've got these folks. Since I've been sheriff now, I guess this is the 8th year, I've lost one person to another department. That was the state police on a lateral transfer. One officer has left me to go to another department. Now, I've had them leave and go to the steel mill or, jobs that we just can't compete with, but not to another department, And to me, that is a huge step. With that being said, not only that, now we're starting to get our folks back, like I said a little bit ago, where we're close enough and the enjoyment of working here in this department. So, 3 of those individuals that we trained here, we shipped to another department. We've got that training experience right back now because of the plan, because of, what y'all been able to do as a board and what we've been able to do as a county. And hopefully they like me a little bit there too, and that's hopefully staying.
I'll get
Who
in trouble
knows?
for saying this, but if they find out, but there's 8 jurisdictions in that regional jail board. there's no reason we can't come together and do something like that.
Yeah.
But I can't understand why the rest of them fights it. Even if we could get half of them to go in with us,
Yeah,
it would be a big step,
It'd make a difference for everybody.
you know?
it's a fact.
Anything else?
That brings you to work.
Yeah.
I was actually off today. You're gonna talk me into coming in. I got a doctor's appointment here in just a little bit.
Fun.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Should we drop down and get Lisa, or should we just go on and get all these? Yeah. Go ahead and get Lisa and Miss Harris.
Just coming to update y'all on the native values. They have come down. We're looking at least 20%. Your personal property forms hit mailboxes yesterday.
It did.
They did, and all the values are on the forms, so the values are there. Everybody can see the new values.
You don't deny it. No. A lot going on last night.
So they did come down, so that will help taxpayers across.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, they said it was gonna start coming down, but they're really going fast.
So you put JD Power in too,
Yeah,
just as a comparison?
that's what all the Commissioner Association uses, and that's what we use as the native values. It's JD Power now.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So it just shows you that across the board, they went lower. Probably still not as low as they should be due to COVID, but they are going down.
Yeah, I see large pickup trucks probably, I don't understand how a large pickup truck is not viewed as somewhere between a mid-sized SUV and a large SUV.
Yeah.
Kind of doesn't make,
And with values come down by the VIN number anyway.
yeah.
The VIN number gets plugged in and that's where they're valued by.
I got the wrong VIN number. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions?
Then I ran like a little draft edit of the book of just the cars, motorcycles, and trucks, so you can see the difference of the values did change.
That's the pretty one.
Yeah.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, we did get a question earlier about why the two sets of numbers were a little bit different. And so that's because one is an estimate and one is an actual. And so just, they're in the same range, but they would not be identical. So just
Yeah,
want to
the
make
20
sure you know that was not an error. That's just,
Yeah. Yeah. Because those, once now when forms are coming back, taxpayers let us know that they moved out of the county, that the vehicle was traded in, so now it's the cleanup process. So the 2023 that you see is draft. That's just what's downloaded from DMV with values. So those values will change when we post the book. Because a lot of them is jurisdictions wrong through DMV, so it's our cleanup process starts now. And we'll work on that till June.
Your graph here, 2019 Chevrolet Silverado. 2022 was assessed 42,750. In 2023, 32,800.
Yeah. It was like my Jeep Cherokee last year was 33,006. This year it dropped to 23,006. So they did drop.
Certain parts are having
Yeah.
bigger drops.
And it's just like with, you go buy a car, you see which ones hold better
Right.
values.
Well, it doesn't look like Ford's dropped as much as Chevrolet's.
You saw
Well, I
that,
guess
didn't you,
they're
Leland?
thinking about the fix or repair daily concept of Ford, so, you know.
Yeah.
Spend your time.
I'll do
If the numbers, it might fit.
You got Ford and a Chevy, you know, right
Yeah.
next to each other.
It's all Ford. Now he went to Dodge, so I can't say it.
It's a dumb question, may not be able to answer it, because it just hit me. You know, there's so many people going out here and just buying a junk car and throwing a farm tag on it and running it on the road. none of this new community policing, they can't stop.
Yeah.
That's changing with this new.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear what all the rules are gonna be with this.
Right, well, I went to DMV the other day because I was told I had a GUI to get 2 farm tags. They hadn't even heard a word about it yet.
Yeah, yeah.
They haven't got the first form.
One of the co-workers went to ask the
Yeah.
same thing, and they didn't know what to tell her yet.
Yeah.
So it's still being worked on, so this year, I guess they'll still be, they're free if they're farm use.
That comes into effect. You think any of this will increase your,
Probably a little bit,
what will,
yeah, not drastic by any means, I don't
I
think.
don't know, as many farm tags.
But when staff
Yeah.
at work, you know,
Yeah.
So, but I was wondering about that, 'cause- but,
it'll definitely change some, but I don't think you're gonna see large
Right.
numbers.
I have a question about this draft taxable amount stuff. It appears that the tax, where the native values have gone down about 20% across the board, but your taxable amount from 2022 to 2023 is not reflecting a 20% decrease in the taxable amounts.
The tax amount goes on the value of the vehicle. Right, that's $3.26.
But if the tax values have gone down 20%, shouldn't those taxable values have gone down about 20% also?
Well, you've got a little more vehicles to you. As far as the cars, it was like 5,059 in 2022. In 2023, you went 5,240. And the values have,
But also, you got people trading up their values too.
but you got a lot of solds throughout the whole year.
Somebody just traded in a 97 Ford pickup for 2022.
That was a poor choice.
But what I'm saying is, see, that's one thing that's even harder to track is how many of those impact those numbers.
All right, because it just doesn't, it doesn't reflect it
Right.
decrease much at all, so. Thank you.
there's so many of them with turns in there, it's hard to,
Yeah. then
Keep
you
up
just
with
go by the
everything.
Value.
Mhm.
And that's what we see, the treasurer will plug in, when we do the PPTRA, we'll plug in all those values to get that percentage that's taken off. We do that in July.
Anybody got anything else?
And
Thank
then
y'all.
it's really, we're just gonna do that, insert, we do that in the fall with the December RE billing for the tax rate for the elderly, some will be confusing for them now.
So for the tax relief for the personal property, then you didn't include that in the value
But there
assessment?
is. Know which vehicle they,
Okay,
so there's really no
all right.
tax relief for the personal properties.
Anything else?
Yes. How did we look on the collection? I guess, what was it, February 5th was the extension for the collection?
Get your glasses.
I think it was at 85% or something.
Yeah, it was.
That's what we saw.
It's amazing that people just think that's the way they can do it. But
Yeah.
so it'll go up again in a couple months. It was at like 41 when I ran this on January 8th. If you think to run it again this morning, I'll run it and send it to you. I'll send it. Thank you. Okay.
Getting that category on the refunds. If I get one, it goes into savings to pay my bills.
That's
That's,
Yeah, because they pay late. Yeah, the state charges reflect it for it. Happy to run that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
alrighty. So next would be the approval of the minutes, right?
That's gonna be a hoot.
I think we got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 who haven't. y'all know which ones we didn't have a quorum and, or not quorum, full board?
I don't, now that you bring that up, that's a very good question, but no. No, so that's an important question. That we had some that not everybody was present or wasn't present in the room, so
Yes, they were.
you have to make sure they abstained since they were here.
I guess. Yes, it's all here for January, but I think what we should do is do them by calendar order. That would seem to me to be, so the oldest is approved first.
That would be in June.
5/2/22,
Yeah, maybe.
the special meeting,
5/2 and then 5/20
right.
action.
Yeah.
5/2 is the first one.
Correct. That's an easy one.
No, I'll take a motion to approve 5-2 then, real quick.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion is second. No discussion, call the roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the minutes from May 2nd of 2022, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. The next one, if we went in that order, would be 5/24/22.
Was all present at that one. I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. No discussion, call the roll.
On the motion to approve the minutes from 5/24/2022, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Thank you.
If we get two together like that where everybody was here, let's go ahead and take them together because we're gonna be pressed for time. If we can lump them together like that.
I'm just happy we have this problem, put it that way. Yes. Yes, but they can't, if I'm not sure, so but if they weren't here for the meeting at all, then obviously they can't, they have to abstain from the minutes. I don't remember a lot of that. But now we're to June?
Yeah.
Well, June, July 12th, July 26th. Full quorum on August 9th. August 23rd was full. There was one remote on December 13th, but everybody was still
Yeah,
present.
June 14th, there was a.
January 3rd, full quorum. And that was for one was for the reorganization meeting, the other was the regular board meeting. Full. So the rest of them, actually all of them, had a full quorum. There was not one person missing, whether it be by remote
remote.
or present physically.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about any of it? Well, I went through them, they look good. All righty, I'll take a motion to approve them. Yeah.
All right, I'll make that motion to approve June 14th, July 12th, July 26th, August 9th, August 23rd, December 13th, January 3rd, 2023, both meetings, and January 24th, 2023.
I'll second.
Motion is second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes from June 14th, July 12th, July 26th, August 9th, August 23rd, December 13th, January 3rd, and January 24th. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
let's see, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
all right, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Yes. And again, our apologies for having been this far behind, but I really appreciate, I've done a bunch of them, Sydney's done a bunch of them, Jenny's done a bunch of them, Kim's been proofing them for us. So really, really appreciate everybody working really hard to get that
Well,
done.
I appreciate everybody working on it.
And it wasn't all the staff's fault.
Nope.
This recorder thing, I'm guilty because I don't pronunciate a lot of words. Sort of makes it hard to transcribe.
It doesn't do very well with Appalachian accents.
Right,
No,
and
it
then, in mountain slang, then when, people was talking into the mics, some people got soft voices and it just don't pick it up. So,
Yes, and if I might to that, and Mr. Chairman, if folks are speaking and they have prepared comments, if they would like, they are welcome to share those written comments with Kim and I, and that would help facilitate it to make sure that we communicate exactly what the intention was. It's obviously not a requirement, but it
Sure
would help
helps.
if people would.
I know a lot of
Would like
people
to.
was Gate Road out and they leave it with you, so.
Thank you. So speaking of public comment, I believe that's.
That's where we're at. All right, it is in the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicapping conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. When you come up, limit your comments to 4 minutes, state your name and the district you're from. And if you have opposing views, please, everybody, let's just be respectful of each other and whatever comments is being made. So, whoever signed up.
So right now, the only person I have signed up is Tom McSherry from the Little River District.
Good morning. My name is Tom McSherry. I live in the Little River District. I have a master's degree in engineering and applied mathematics, and I have worked several years in the field of acoustics. I have a good understanding of the science of sound and the need for mitigation in the right context. My wife and I moved here in 2017 to a wonderful, peaceful property in Pilot and enjoyed everything about the property until last spring. At that time, my neighbors started a dog breeding operation of Australian Shepherds. At any given time, my neighbor keeps 4 or more dogs in outdoor kennels and behind an invisible fence in the yard. The business owner lives on about 3.5 acres, but has elected to position the outdoor kennels at the edge of his property. My home is about 375 feet from the kennels. While the dogs do not bark continuously all day, the peak times are about 2 to 3 hours in the morning and 3 to 4 hours in the evening, with periods in off hours overnight where they will also bark. It is more pronounced in the warmer months. Here is a sample of the noise that we now experience on a daily basis. Needless to say, our quality of life has degraded since last spring. When I am at home and when I am in my home with the doors and windows closed, I hear the dogs. We can no longer leave windows open during the summer as we sleep, but must also run a white noise machine to cover the periodic barking during overnight hours, as well as close all the windows. We no longer spend evenings outside enjoying dinner because of the nuisance. We suspect that our home value has dropped several $1,000s. If this activity had been in place in 2017, I would not have purchased this home. I have raised the issue with animal control last spring, who visited the site. I have no issues with the woman running the breeding operation. I have full confidence that she knows what she's doing and the dogs are well cared for. I think it was not implemented properly. Last spring, I spoke with the homeowner directly and was met with the attitude that it's not a problem and they're going to operate the dog breeding business without modification, regardless of my concerns. I've also reviewed the current noise ordinance with Floyd County and came away with the notion that it is essentially not in effect and not enforced. Out of curiosity, I reviewed the current ordinance in Montgomery County and found, after speaking with the deputy in charge of code enforcement, that they had an actively enforced ordinance. I am requesting a review of the current noise ordinance in Floyd County. While I have always been a proponent of starting a business to help your family, I believe reasonable guidelines should be in place to protect the interest of adjacent residents. Let me make a couple of clarifying points. This has nothing to do with Floyd Fest and any noise from that. This has nothing to do with people who own dogs. My concern is a business of multiple dogs in a confined space that has been introduced in a residential area. This enterprise has no end date and is essentially operated 365 days a year, all hours of the day. I believe a fair and reasonable ordinance could and should be crafted. It can be written to minimize frivolous complaints and have exemptions for farm operations, live music venues, construction, and in other words, any activity inherently temporary or part of the accepted rural activities in Floyd. The ordinance should also define noise level thresholds based on times of the day and with off hours being more sensitive. Using the Montgomery County ordinance as a model would be a good first step to provide regional consistency on this topic. I would like to discuss this issue further and in more detail if I could be placed on a future agenda. Thank you for letting me speak this morning.
We will try to work with Dr. Millsap and get you an appointment on the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? I think we had some correspondence that was supposed.
The first correspondence came from Chris Barrett, sent by email, February 8th. As a Floyd County resident, I want to express my support for Floyd Fest in response to the most recent fear-monger propaganda that I have received in the mail just recently. I wish the resources used to promote many untruths in this mailer would have been used for a more positive thing in the county. Floyd Fest brings so many more positive things to our county than the negatives of short-term inconveniences by very few. The second is another email response from Linda Osborne, February 2nd. I think Floyd Fest moving to Floyd County is a really good thing. I have been a Floyd resident since 2005 and have only seen good come to the county from everything associated with it. The merchants from grocery stores to artists to overnight accommodations off-site have increased revenues for many. The footprint this festival leaves behind is one with concern for the environment and safety for the community and festival participants. They have always had strict rules about drugs and alcohol consumption on the property. It would be interesting to know the increase in revenues from the week associated with it. The small group asking for money against the Floyd Fest is a minority of the folks here in Floyd, in my opinion. And you can quote me on that. That's it, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else to speak? Anybody else signed up? All right, with that, I'll declare the public comment period closed. And Dr. Millsap, at your convenience and at Steve's convenience, do you have him to give us clarification on what constitutes a nuisance? Because that may be something that we can look at, so.
If I might, Chairman, I think the next item that we had on here was the elderly and disabled relief ordinance. And of course, as I mentioned previously, back on November 22nd, you all passed an emergency ordinance, which was done because, again, kind of the 2-week printing issue and the timing, and you all wanted to make sure it was done in time for tax payments. And so now we need to circle back, and now that you've had your public hearing, and see if you all want to make that not an emergency ordinance, but an actual update to the existing ordinance.
So I'll leave the floor open for a motion, and then we can have comment if we go.
I'd like to make a motion on the elderly and disabled tax relief ordinance as presented.
Wait,
I'll second.
so is there any discussion on it or any comments anybody wants to make?
We looked at various options and most of them got shot down, unfortunately, by our attorney. We blame him, but,
Yeah, regarding income requirements and such.
you know, and I think we had decided, you know, sometimes with this, it gets long periods before it's addressed.
Right.
And just in these times and whatever, I think we need to readdress it every year. Regardless
Especially
of
when inflation rates.
inflation, we've got recession coming, we've got a lot of things on the horizon. And I think we need to, whoever's sitting here in the future, just put it in that we do it every year. Whether anything changes or not, that it's looked at every single budget year.
Well, just as before, some was outside the threshold to qualify. You know, I know now there's going to be some other ones that's just outside the threshold, but it certainly helps more than what it had been doing. So,
And maybe, and well, we've done this for this time, maybe sometime in the next year, we can have Steve look and we can look at some more options that we do have the authority that we can, you know, not wait till the last minute, but look, actually spend some time on it during the year and see if there's other adjustments or other ways we can assess qualifications.
So we
Maybe.
can,
Maybe start 8 months, 4 months before it's due. That's way,
Yeah.
we have more time to,
Or 6 months. or
instead of
whatever.
rushing it, yeah.
if I might, Mr. Chair, one of the things we could do as well is start folding the timing in a little bit more with our budget process.
Correct.
So then they'd be linked.
Yeah,
So if you chose to do more relief, then that would be reflected in the budget.
yeah.
So I would like for Steve to look at adding the personal property to twice a year taxation. What that would entail and what.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as much of a burden on folks.
That's what.
right before Christmas.
When you see an influctuation of the pricing and whatever, that's not our fault, you know, at least that's another option. And I mean, they still have the option, they can pay it all at the first time if they want to,
Right.
but actually look at doing the personal property where it could be due twice a year.
Yeah.
And they have one or two offices that they can.
Yep.
I have to do stuff I don't like to do all the time.
So you get paid.
It's about trying to ease the burden and work with the citizens, so. I mean, if a majority agrees to look at it, I'm not trying to be a one-man show, please, but I think it's something worth looking at.
And just to reiterate, the parameters we have to work with were handed down to us from code and interpreted by our attorney, Mr. Durbin. And, you know, some of the thoughts that were brought up in the public hearing about prescriptions and such are important, but I don't know how we are able legally to roll those in. So if we're starting to look at this on a yearly basis, which I agree is important, then I think we'll be able to continue to work towards tax relief that is meaningful for many elderly in our community. And I think this is a step in the right direction. And do we have a second?
Yeah, I've got a motion
Okay.
second. I'm waiting
Okay.
for,
Yeah, I just didn't know.
Discussion to be over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, well, that's my discussion.
go ahead, call her up. I ain't gonna give Levi time. Oh.
I'm good.
Okay, on the motion to approve as a permanent change to the ordinance amending sections 46-105 and 46-106 of the Floyd County Code relating to certain exemptions from taxation of real estate of the elderly and disabled. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, that is approved, and we'll be sure to let Lisa and Missy know. So thank you.
So next, I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.2, 3711, A1 and A6.
186.
So moved.
A second.
Motion is second. Call the roll.
All right. On the motion to go into closed session as presented on the agenda, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Can you delete that portrait?
Everybody knows us.
It's on record too. All that manipulation's going.
Take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
That's right.
On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. I'll take a certification motion that we only discuss those things we went into closed sessions for.
So moved.
I'll second.
On the motion to certify that we only spoke about the things that we committed we were speaking about in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You were out and certified.
Being we didn't do anything that requires action, I guess we'll move on to new business, right?
Break.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good.
Take a brief recess and come back and start with new business.
But you need to find it, because I couldn't.
You found one of them.
Don't shoot the delivery people. Glenda and I are just passing it.
All righty, I reckon we'll move down to new business now.
Yeah, I guess that's.
So if I'm not, Mr. Chairman, this is what Dr. Wheeler was mentioning to you when he was here earlier. And so that's why he said he was pausing, waiting to see if you wanted to vote on it then, I gather. But now is the time if you want to vote on it, you can do that.
Found that kind of interesting, but okay. Whatever.
I'm ready.
I make a motion that we approve the changes to constitute the request for expenditure changes with the schools as listed.
The three of them.
Well, I'm just doing, they're separate, so I'm just doing the
Okay.
expenditure.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
All right.
I'll second.
You put
Since
them in there that confused my
I'm
old
sorry.
word. That's all right.
Didn't mean.
Number A,
Yeah, number
Yeah.
A, number A.
letter A.
Motion and second.
So the motion was Linda seconded, so Mr. Booth. Okay. On the motion to approve the FY '23 Floyd County Schools expenditure supplemental appropriation as listed in the agenda, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that. And that moves us to B, which is the revenue side.
I'll make a motion that we approve the, excuse me, supplemental appropriation to the school revenue as listed.
Getting all choked up, huh?
I'll second.
I had two granddaughters yesterday wanted to go play on their sled, and I wasn't dressed for it.
Motion second, call roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the FY '23 Floyd County Schools Revenue Supplemental Appropriation as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Well, let's see, we're down to doing my report. Doing my report, if you want me to do some of that now or all of it now, we can do that. And I'll do my best to keep to just the things on the list here, for once, which I generally don't do. So the audit update, I guess it was Thursday or Friday, we received a draft of some pieces of the audit. There are also some pieces in there that we have to write. And Kim and I have been in discussions with the auditor, we've had some questions about some of the things in the audit and some of the documentation. So we will hopefully be able to get you a final audit from Scott, hopefully by the next meeting, maybe, that's kind of the plan, I think. I will note as a side to that, when I went to my monthly meeting with my counterparts, it turns out that we have learned that several of the audits in the region are very slow. Several other counties don't have theirs or just got theirs the second week of January. And there's even one county that hasn't even started their audit yet because they're waiting for the consultant to come before they work with the auditor. So I guess
So
it's
let me
just
ask you a
challenging
question.
year.
Are the audits that are as behind as ours or further behind with the same firm?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
they are.
Well, just gonna say it.
The rest.
And I may be the bad guy, but this is unacceptable. I'm sorry. We're into our 7th month and we haven't even received the audit for our last year. We're starting our budget process And I'm just speaking for me, I'm not speaking for the board, but it's just not right.
I think what disturbs me more than anything is that everybody knew this was coming. Everybody knew that we were going to have these extra added layers. And for others, if everybody is having the same kind of situation, it really is not a good look at all. So I would concur.
Yeah. I will
Supervisor
say,
Booth?
you know, there was, some of this was us because Kim and I were new to the process, but it did make me feel a little better when I heard that other folks were also in the same, because we kind of thought we were an island, and so. it was
That's
good to
what's
know.
great about you meeting every month with your peers. It's really important.
It is really helpful.
Yep,
It is.
very important. I know it takes away time, but it's an essential part of your job to have, constant communication among your peers.
If things arise in audit that we need to make adjustments for,
Yeah.
we don't have
Right.
the time left, really.
Right.
And in some instances, the funding to do. So I just,
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
I
just-
appreciate it.
I refrain, but I had to get a little out.
Well, but the chairman looked at me, so that's how I'm supposed to be.
Shut up.
So, second, I have on here the budget process update for FY '24. So obviously, you know, there was a reason that we asked Dr. Wheeler and the sheriff to come today to kind of frame that for you a little bit. All of the offices have received their template, which is based primarily on, and it's still structured pretty much the same way as it was last year. As we move forward with Munis, we'll be making some changes to that because the way ours is structured does not match the recommended chart of accounts for local government. So we're going to start kind of moving that. That was not an audit finding, by the way. That was us finding. So, and there's probably some reasons for some of that. I'm sure there is, but to the extent we can start grouping things a little better, so you know this is how much we're spending in total on capital, as opposed to some other things, as an example. So we're starting through that process now, and they've been asked to give us their first cut if possible by the 17th. Again, because most of them are pretty much real similar to before. With the exception of these two and one or two others. Financial software update, speaking of Tyler Munis. I'm just waiting. We have negotiated with them. Steve and I have worked with their attorneys and our sales agent, and so we have agreed on a contract. And so we're just waiting for the Munis folks to go ahead and get it all set and do their signatures, and we will follow up. So that's where we are on that. The opioid, and I will say as a side note, it turns out that Pulaski is now split with the treasurer and the commissioner staying with Bright, and county administration going over to Munis. So we're gonna, Jonathan and I'll try to figure out how we can help each other work through that. They're a little bit ahead of us, but didn't realize they were split quite like that, so that's helpful. Again, to your point, Ms. Cookenbook, about going to those meetings. The opioid abatement program, actually just put this on here to give a shout out to Montgomery County, again from that meeting. We were discussing at the meeting if we would like to start looking at some regional efforts that we could apply for some of that additional funding that I'd mentioned, because it was be regional in more than one jurisdiction. And I mentioned in the meeting that we're actually not seeing a ton of opioid money in our county, and pointed out to them that's because folks who died from opioid overdoses generally didn't actually die in the county. And so the Montgomery, my counterpart from Montgomery County, Craig, was quick to note, he said, no, they all died in my county. So he's been very willing and helpful about trying to make sure we can do some things and together to kind of mitigate that to the extent we can locally. Obviously, we won't do it entirely, but appreciate them wanting to do
Yeah,
that.
and I think that, even interdiction and prevention, the county line doesn't stop.
No.
So I think the more we can work together between our neighboring counties, Pulaski, Montgomery County, I mean, even Roanoke for sure, as
They
you
got
well
big
know.
hospitals over there, so naturally they don't get it.
Yeah, right. But the idea of just trying to, when we come up with these solutions for mitigation and, spending the money, that kind of program would be good. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Comprehensive plan update. Ladina and I met with two folks from the Regional Commission this week and also had Don with us from Extension. So we're going to, as you know, our comprehensive plan is due. And so we will put a line item in our proposed budget to you all to include that. The Regional Commission is going to send us some options. We're really fortunate that ARC has put up some matching money, so it's going to be ARC pay half and we pay half, which is pretty helpful. In addition, they're going to take some of the payment for Eli's time out of the rural transportation funds and to work on the transportation part of the comprehensive plan. So we keep trying to dig down and have pay a little bit less. And so how we'll structure this, we think, but is that we will have Extension kind of do the first broad brush survey with us because Virginia Tech will pay for the electronic version of that and all the electronic compilation of that using Qualtrics, and then we can use the scan codes and those kind of things, recognizing that there's plenty of people in the county who would rather do paper, which will still be an option, and they'll still do that, and then that'll be I might have. But so that'll be the first cut, and then there's some new software that the Regional Commission has that allows you to essentially build almost like a discussion board, but showing if different pictures, do you think there needs to be more parking here? What should this area look like? People can add pictures, they can add comments, so people who are inclined to do that can become more involved, and then ultimately have some focus groups where people actually come in and sit down, but instead of like it had been done 10 years ago as just open comprehensive plan meetings, these would be focused on one of the major challenge areas that came out from the very beginning. So it would be things like parks, recreation, trails, outdoor activity might be one, and public safety might be another, or something like that. Be a little bit more focused. So that's kind of where that process is.
Before we leave that one.
Yes, sir.
I have to, you said survey. Can we look at the survey questionnaire before it's sent out by whoever does it? One in the past talked about, I don't remember the exact wording, but do you support land use ordinances?
Ah,
And
Gotcha.
in using that term, at that time, they had something like 104 people that responded. And a lot of the farmers took it to be, they're talking about the land use program, wanting to see it continue.
right.
Not zoning.
The planning commission at the time was leaning toward the zoning. So when a majority of them come in, they say, oh, well, most of the people want zoning. And that wasn't the case. And be sure, and Kevin will get a kick out of this, remind him of the red dot incident, and he'll,
But I've heard this story.
yeah.
Yes, I
yeah,
have.
Just remind him of that, you know.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to control, but you know as well as I do, a survey,
It's worded, you get
It's
the
only
results you want.
I equate some of them to statistics. I can take a statistic and I make it say anything I want to. Same thing can happen with the survey if it's not worded correctly.
Yes.
And they weren't doing it on purpose at the time. It was just how it came about. and nobody saw it the board at the time didn't see it prior to it. I think the planning commission did, and they didn't think, they knew what the intent was, so, but at least, if nothing else, you or somebody review those questions on any survey before they go out to the citizens.
Sure, sure.
And I'm not trying to hide anything, I just want to
Yeah.
plain what the question is.
Yes, yes, I understand and appreciate that. So yes, we will do that. We will do that. And the other way, if I might segue on that, that you all can have more insight and transparency about what the process is that when I mentioned the kind of electronic bulletin board and things, that's something that everybody can access. So if you all chose, or if I chose to go in and start seeing how things are going, that way you would have a sense, so it wouldn't be just such a surprise. Because I gather in the past there's been some challenges that a group goes off and does something, and then they bring a final product to you all. That maybe if there had been a little bit more conversation and transparency between the two, it may have gone smoother. So that would be kind of our hope, is using that as a way to do that.
And also, in years past, they've actually held, this is where the red dots come in, but nothing perfect, but they actually held community meetings at each elementary school. Now that was with their choice, and I'm not saying they have to, but, if they choose to do that, that too reaches more people that might not use the IT method as well. So-
Every fund should have community input.
Yeah, and that was part of why we were going to also start with, of course, we would have our list, Ladina would have our list, but we wanted to be sure to bring Extension in up front, because I feel like they have contacts with a lot of folks that care deeply about the community, but may not necessarily be someone that frequently shows up at our meetings or EDA meetings and those kind of things. So that's why we were wanting to bring them in early, to try to capture those
Well,
folks
it
as well.
makes sense. I mean, farming is still our largest thing here.
Yeah. And we're also bringing, Jacob's got a mailing list for Parks and Recreation, so that way we'll also be able to get to folks who have kids. And we also spoke about we'll be able to kind of slice and dice the data a little bit, so we're also going to try to get it so the high school students can have some input, and then you all can see, well, what are the younger people here thinking about the future and the challenges? And so as you start thinking about capital investment and programming, yeah. So that's that one. Then courthouse repairs and improvements, so
It just gets better.
it gets better, doesn't it? So you all may have seen, I dropped in last night, kind of a write-up of, this was quick and dirty, Mark put together for me, and I typed it up, about how much some of the changes in the courthouse will probably cost us. The doors just completely blew me away, but that's how much they cost now. And both of those doors are in pretty bad shape, in addition to this one back here. We're still waiting on this one.
Did we look at the non-gold gilded doors or just the gold gilded doors only with these prices?
Right. They're just, the judge's one, it needs to be, that's a security thing. It needs to be metal. And so, the other one, for years, for those of you who haven't been down there, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, that door actually, it's a glass door with metal around the edge. And so it became a fishbowl, and they actually would have 18 inches of water at times. But over time, it turns out that seal doesn't hold, so now it all rushes in, and we end up sending Bill over to clean the carpet. So that's what we're trying to get rid of there. They've tried that. You remember, that's why those sandbags were there for all those years. Yes. So, and some of those things in terms of changes that are occurring over there, of course, the chairman and I, as you all know, have been in discussions with the senior judge. Mark has also been working with the other two judges, and so we're first moving to build the new jury room in the basement, essentially, and tomorrow I'm gonna start looking for a table, because the jury room doesn't hold 14 people, not even 12 people. And then we'll have some other changes. The probation officer has already been moved. And so then we're starting to look at options for building in what is effectively an overflow courtroom. So that was part of,
And that's
What?
going on the second floor. And that's why they didn't want to put the jury room up there, which seemed to be a better.
well, yeah, yeah. And it's also, that's kind of a quick and dirty, easy kind of way to do. You can't do a courtroom downstairs, but you can do it
No,
upstairs.
I get it.
Yeah, they-
A concern.
Yes, I mean, and the sheriff has shared some concerns about just that, it'll make it harder for them.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be easier than it is now because, of course, now they're going to a different building. But it won't be as convenient as it has been for court itself. So, because they won't all be right in that same pod. And we're continuing the discussions about that, but that's kind of where generally things are going so far.
What do you mean?
No, the jury goes to, sorry if I'm, the jury room is adjoining the Commonwealth Attorney's office in the basement. Yeah, right now years ago that was extension space. Now it's a kitchen and was the probation officer's office. So that'll now be one large room. And then, yeah, so the thought there is that space where the commissioner has been part of it still, has been walled off for her files, but the part that remains is something that would be kind of shared between the election folks for during early voting. But it would also be space that if they needed overflow for a second courtroom, because the more the judges have talked amongst themselves, I think they're thinking they don't, at this point, don't need a full another courtroom on a regular basis, but there is some concern that if the criminal court extends more than one day, then you have to start bumping the other things. And it's one thing to bump traffic court, but if you're dealing with social service issues, they don't want to do this. So this is kind of a secondary spot for them if necessary.
Section.
Mhm.
It's at the court area.
Yeah, what about that whole?
What happened to,
Yeah.
what happened to that? The one person's supposed to move to the treasurer's office. That was supposed to be done up so that it could be a secondary family courtroom if needed, and a witness room. And if the secondary court wasn't needed, then you had
Yep. That was,
what happened to that?
there are other people in that building. So
There was.
there was my understanding is that there was not an appetite for moving the people that are in that space now.
To where? Treasurer's office?
Yes, and at the treasurer's office, the clerk of criminal court has asked to expand her space into that because it looks like she might need extra staff coming out of the budget, so.
That was the whole reason of
Correct.
treasurer.
So these are the potential costs with the lowest cost option. Now that would potentially cost more. So we're still working with everybody, but since we're coming into the budget season, I wanted to let you know that that's sitting there as well. But we can go ahead and
This is
continue
not
this another
shooting,
time.
this is not shooting the messenger by any means, Dr. Millsaps. By any means, but
I will note, Mark took vacation today.
still think if Nikki's gonna stay in her that back room in the corner, should be a jury's room. Because we can put a co-ed bathroom in there a lot easier than we can build another elevator to take security for juries going downstairs.
Yeah.
and the treasurer's office is quite big when you come right down to it, between the space out front and the office in the back. I mean, we moved an entire office.
What's the
actual objective. And I think I can ask the first question, like, what's the objective of the whole thing again?
Examine the whole thing.
Yeah, so if I might, to Mr.
As far as it goes, it seems like we're doing a complete renovation makeover on everything here.
That's up in the air right now.
Yeah.
Before we get over school, but 12.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So, if I might, and we'll circle back to this, but I also wanted to let you all know kind of where things are as I understand it. The final thing, of course, is personnel changes, which are these gentlemen here. So, as you are aware, Chris has put in his resignation and is moving on to some other things in his life, and so we want to thank him for his service, and especially the getting us through the Tech Square days. That was really a big thing for us. So, and then this is Danny Lowry. He is a resident of Willis, and so he's
Plus, all
gonna.
right.
So.
There you go.
Over time, you all will obviously get to know Danny as well, but just wanted to make sure you knew why these guys were sitting here like this, and also thank Chris for his service.
Yes, absolutely. Yours.
Need to talk to you before.
And we are gonna come back.
Oh, yeah, because we're gonna have board time when we come back. Because I think all of us got something we want to say.
Yes, can I ask a question about the administrative report?
Sure.
Real quick, on the budget process? Can we get, from our departments in their budgeting, any positions or anything that is COVID related that they might have folded into their budget requests for when the COVID money ends?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Will the COVID money run out and we gotta pick it up?
Yeah, just be paid
Or
for.
we don't,
I think that's school more than anything else, I believe.
if there's any, yeah, just
I
anything.
can't, I mean, just thinking right off the top of my head.
Right.
I can't think anybody they hired for just COVID money.
No, I mean.
Well, it wouldn't just be that, it'd be any
Cleaning,
expense
yeah, there's all kinds
right,
of
right.
that was
folded
not
in, yeah.
recurring.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thank you. That
Yep.
was my one thing.
Yep, thank you. And I will note, we do have a petition sitting here, so just, we'll put it in your correspondence. Scan it and put it in. And that's all I have for now, Mr. Chairman,
All right.
unless you have other.
Recess and-
Recess and then we go to lunch
Then we go over
to the
to,
Commerce.
Commerce Center.
Yeah.
Is the company
And I'm-
vehicle
Well,
ready?
that's what I was getting ready to say.
Is the company vehicle ready with the seat warmers on?
I'm gonna drive over on my own, just
Okay.
if that's okay. Yeah, I wanna.
Tell you what, when we took that thing to Richmond,
We didn't increase that much anyway, 85 to 86.
I will call the meeting back to order. And now, is Dana got here yet? Is Dana got here yet?
Yeah, they were both riding together.
She was still writing stuff down. I'm sorry. Board.
You say my problem this morning wasn't something I done?
Yeah, I thought so too.
No, you didn't do it.
Okay, they had me worried. I thought Kim was gonna take part of my paycheck.
Yes. She said. In the email, but
I thought it was real estate. That's real estate.
Yeah.
Here, listen, they need one of those slips and you can pull two things up.
two of the same thing.
Yeah, well, no. See? Oh, you can do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What, and then you moved this? What are we doing?
You need
That's
to
all right,
mess,
don't
you need to mess with it, Eric.
What are you doing?
She was showing me,
Oh, the split screens, yeah.
Alrighty.
So-
You,
it's great if you compare them two reports.
Well,
if you got the,
Yes, but yeah. So if you don't mind, we have one more disbursement item that we need to go ahead and get approval and signature if possible. And
For this, delay. We originally attempted to, pay this bill, which is actually for, school, for 3 dispatchers to get for their certification. And we had it set up to be paid for by credit card, for the reimbursement. However, unbeknownst to us, we just got notification that we're unable to pay it by credit card, and they go to class ASAP. So we need to get this into the mail. Classes from the 20th to the 24th. I'm sorry?
I guess I should put Linda D.
Since you're
No.
trying.
No, it was never accepted, and that was verified. Okay, and that was on Kevin's. So if you would, if I could pass this, and then I'll upload it as well into the board packet.
So
It's Piedmont Regional Criminal Justice Training.
it's already in our expenditures, it just is a different form of payment.
I'll just keep this until we approve it and then.
No, we already approved it. It's in our.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it in?
Right,
They have money for it.
okay.
Not
This
in
is
the
an
current.
In the
additional-
current expenditure,
Right,
okay.
correct.
Sorry, no, it's,
They go, the old days, you'd just pick up a telephone, and start punching buttons, so tell them how to punch buttons, and one look to the wall. That's why I was training.
Basic.
Does it say why on the?
96, it says wireless training. What is that?
I'll look at. I'm not sure.
PRC, JTA.
It is PRC
Yeah.
JPA.
All right.
Piedmont Regional Criminal Justice Training Academy.
Academy, yeah, very good.
I'd make a motion, we authorize payment of this bill.
Second,
Thank you.
there you go.
We hadn't said yes. Not necessarily, I've been known to make motions and vote against them.
Yep. You are the one.
Just to speed things along.
So on the motion to add this particular disbursement to the training center, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think the only things you have left are closed sessions and board
Oh, that's
time.
you?
Yeah, no,
Well,
I know.
I wanted to say thank you for the
You
Valentine.
didn't know which one. It wasn't in your office. You haven't been back there.
Well, I was gonna thank,
Thank you.
I was gonna say thank Linda and leave it at that.
What?
Hey, I think I gave you my agenda too.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I think you have board time and a closed session left. German.
Is this the closed session here?
Yep.
All right, I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A3, A5-5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second.
Okay.
Call the roll.
On the motion to go into closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Close that door. Ready? Take a motion to come out of closed session.
Second.
Let's call roll.
On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes. I take a certification motion that we only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Speeding things up.
On the motion to certify that we only talked about things in closed session that we were supposed to talk about in closed session, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, you are out and certified.
Righty, so now we got board time. I'll start with Levi down here and see what all he's whining about.
He's whining about.
So,
Yeah, where we're getting that. I was doing good until we got outside. And then it was so nice weather. It's board time. So I guess we've got the VDOT thing next meeting. Is that right? The 6-year road plan.
Yes, the.
Okay, so I needed to notify a few people on it.
Yes, and it'll be, if I might, Ms. Chairman, so, yes, at the evening meeting, so the 28th, thank you, the 28th of February, will be the 6-year road plan public hearing. We do not advertise that, VDOT advertises that. So the font will look different on the paper if people are looking for it, but yes.
Yeah.
this is the roads we already have on there. Can we add to?
Yep.
Okay. There's a lady I need to,
Is that also going to be on our county website, even though we're not required to advertise it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
great.
Can I, while you're on that, before you go to
Yeah.
another?
Yeah.
And we've had to request it every single time. Used to, we got a little packet that showed each year broke down projection, the money, the projects for
Right.
that year. We have to, they used to give it to us just automatically. Now we have to request it. Had to last year. So we need to, if we can, get a request for that into David, that we have it ahead of time, instead of them just handing it out. Sorry.
That's all right. Well, and the only other thing I was going to say, just because it's been on my mind the last couple of weeks, is the flyer that came out in the mail was that was irritating, especially being in the district that I represent. But there's a lot of misinformation out there. I think that we've tried our best during board time to be as transparent as we can about some of our decisions and our choices, what we can do and what we can't do. And, I don't know if that's not been reflected in the press, but once that flyer came out and a text message came out and whatever else all came out,
Newspaper ad.
most of the majority of the folks that I talked to that notified me, I didn't have anybody from Indian Valley District call me, but I had other districts, and I would talk to them, and then I would encourage them to talk to the representatives. But outside of maybe 2 or 3, they were in support of Floyd Fest. And then the ones who, there was a couple that just didn't quite understand what was going on, thought we had a vote coming up. But I was irritated by that miscommunication, misinformation, and the division that it was bringing back upon the county. And I think we've got more important or more pressing things. I'm not saying it's not important for the folks that live nearby. It's going to be change for all of us. But at this moment, we've got more pressing things that we need to look onward to in all different aspects, budgets, whatever. And then just to ask for donations. We've got a couple of sick kids in this community right now.
Yes, we do.
And I went to the website, and I've been wondering what I was going to say about this, because I was highly irritated by this publication. And I don't mind that my information was posted on that flyer. I'm a public elected official, People can call me anytime they want to. I didn't have a problem with that. I did have a problem that the folks who sent that out put a P.O. box in a generic email. Yeah, you know, if you're going to put all of our information out there, well, that's fine. Call me anytime you want to.
If you believe so strongly in.
Put your name and phone
on it.
number.
Yep, yep.
And that was irritating to me because I had to then explain all the facts that was mostly opposite of what these people were reading.
And
So
it's a political
I
action.
thought it was very cowardly. And that's all I'm going to say
I
about
had
it.
several calls, one or two from my district. So one was in yours, and I think one was in yours, and one of y'all's. And, you know, they said, well, I got this, and I guess it's too late to do anything about it. And I interrupted them politely. I said, it wasn't that we could do anything to begin with unless we had a zoning ordinance. I said, if we had had zoning, we could have denied the zoning request to change use of the property. And, well, what about this ordinance? I says, well, you have to understand, we put ordinances together that applies equally to everybody. And I was talking with one, I says, you know, I knew that person had a fairly large church. Let's say you decide you want to do a gospel singing event over a couple of days or something. Well, that ordinance could apply to you the same as it does to them.
Right.
So if we designed an ordinance, and it would have been obvious that we would have designed one specifically to keep things like that out of the county, period. It would have been period. And they seem to understand a little better. And you know, the ones from y'all district, I done the same thing you did. I said, please call your supervisor.
Chairman, I got one more thing. And then I won't talk anymore about it.
He
But,
is rubbing off on you.
yeah, just one more thing. A lot of people question me about how much taxpayer money's been put into this Floyd Fest from our county funds. And one thing that I'd like to say, no money have we spent
That's right.
on this private endeavor. But the money that has been spent, the group who keeps doing the FOIA request, our staff, you know, we're happy to answer FOIA requests. But the staff also have other things they can be doing, part of their job descriptions, besides answering FOIA requests. So, in my opinion, the taxpayers' dollars that has been put out towards Floyd Fest has actually been as a result of the group who sent the flyers.
Right. They the ones costing the county.
That's the way that I see it. And that, I was very irritated.
And it is a
By that.
political
Action
action
committee.
Right.
There's
That's
a lot of,
the last
lot of
thing I'll
things-
say.
A lot of things they could have set it up under, but it was set up under as a political action committee.
They registered with state.
They did.
They had to.
They
They
are.
did.
They're registered.
They're on there.
So may I follow up with
Yeah.
what Levi said? So not only has no county money been spent to incentivize or to pay anything for Floyd Fest, I also, we have not given any incentives for tax reduction, any special considerations that is going to decrease any of our revenue collection from Floyd Fest. So just like my phone calls have also been, you know, from that flyer. And as soon as I tell people that we have not incentivized Floyd Fest coming here, we don't have a screening process for people to buy, rent, lease property in Floyd County or start, run, or continue any businesses in Floyd County. They're private property owners and they have the rights to do anything. And unless they've done something wrong, we can't punish anybody. Property rights. And everybody I've spoken to is understanding and supportive of no zoning and personal property rights. So for me, that flyer has been beneficial in increasing the county's understanding of where we stand protecting everybody's rights. And yes, I agree, the money could be much better spent elsewhere, but
Let me throw out,
that's their choice.
throw out an RF or what if. You can correct me if I get wrong on this because it's back in your day. We had,
I like that.
we had a group that was coming in here one time. County actually gave them some land. There was such a hoopla and outcry against it. They pulled out. They had already put up a few stakes and done some general planning and everything. The county ended up having to pay them $190,000. So not only did we give them the land, we ended up paying $190,000 to
To
get
get
it
it
back.
back.
All right, so you got a group that's come in that's probably spent $3 million, okay? If by some wild stretch of the imagination, we could put a stop to them, they're not going to walk away from $3 million. They're going to be looking to recoup their losses. Guess who's going to pay the bill? The taxpayers. Talk about a tax increase and talk about all these services going out the window because we couldn't afford to do anything.
I will clarify, that was during one of my stints in between. Let me make it,
Put a disclaimer in there.
let me be perfectly clear.
There you go.
I don't
There you
even
go.
remember that.
Yeah, because that was in my neighborhood and that's when I was working for the sheriff's department and I had to set guard on that place for a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now it's coming.
now I remember.
Anyway, you know, echoing what Levi said, people call me, I'd say, look, they haven't asked us for anything, we haven't given them anything. As long as they get their permits, there's nothing we can do.
And they meet the criteria.
To me, this pamphlet is a harassment because the people that put it out knows that we can't stop. But still, they ask people to call us,
To stop it.
yeah, to stop it. People called me, said, when you vote on this, vote no. I said, there's no vote to take. You know, I mean, it's a done deal. They're there.
They bought their property just like the rest of us did.
And you know what gets me? Some of the people that's fighting it, I've heard them say 100 times over, there ain't nobody coming on my property to tell me what I can do. But now they're up there telling everybody else what they can do with their property. Hypocritical, if you ask me. So I'm gonna shut up before I get. So I get carried away. Linda, what?
You got anything else?
I keep saying I'm not saying anything else, so that's not. I was just,
Maybe
it was
one.
irritating. I've never even been to Floyd Fest, but this has been irritating to me.
They'd have put their name and number on there, they would probably be getting a lot of phone calls about it. And it should have been on the other foot, and they'd have been a whine.
Well, I never even received one. Oh, I got one. A person gave me one to make sure I had one, but I never received one in the mail. I feel kind
The
of,
text message?
I never got text messages either. I feel kind of slighted.
I was told that they targeted 3 districts.
Well,
The 3 districts that's coming up for election.
they are a political action committee.
Yep.
So it was, I think it was more than just the Floyd Fest itself.
Yeah,
So, on a different note, I would like to recognize the Floyd County Lady Buffaloes JV basketball team for their championship in the district. There are very few district championships anymore, but they had a nail biter of a win in overtime, 35-33 over the Carroll County Cavaliers. So they did a great job. They had a great season. It was a young team, and they played really well together. And our boys and girls basketball teams are going to be in regional play on Monday, I believe, and Tuesday of next week. And the boys possibly will face Patrick, and we're not sure who the girls will face. Probably going to be maybe Patrick as well. So they're doing really, really well. And I just wanted to use my board time to congratulate our successful basketball teams this season.
Can you say something on that? And it's just a suggestion, if you don't want to. and you have to be careful not to miss anybody, but we used to have some fairly nice resolutions made up, recognizing some of the school activities, whether it was Beta Club or spelling bees or sports. I'd really like to see us kind of get back
Yeah.
into that, and I know we have pushed meetings, but, you know, we would invite the teams here and present a resolution passed, signed by the chairman, recognizing their accomplishments.
5 minutes at the beginning of a meeting wouldn't be much.
Well, I don't think it would either. And just a suggestion, I don't know who we got to draft them, but they were scripted. I mean, they were nice looking framed.
They're probably in the files.
We used to do that, and of course, we had to be careful trying to miss somebody, that's the thing, but
I think the last one I remember doing was a young man, I won't mention his name, but won the state tractor driving competition.
yeah,
And,
and that's
gave
been a
him a
while.
plaque, yeah.
That's been a while.
oh yeah, because
Yeah.
he's married and got kids of his own, that's it.
Yeah. But we used to do that. I just, you know, it's not much cost. It gives them a little extra recognition and shows a little appreciation for their accomplishments. You know, whether it's a forensic team or whatever.
My one thing that I'm going to add, I've read in the news the last couple of weeks, there have been several firsts, and I'd like to see if we can, as Floyd County, look into if we can be the first in Virginia to have a baby drop box. There's been 2 states that have had their first babies dropped.
Kentucky,
Kentucky and another one.
I can't remember.
But
So,
it's a secure box. I imagine for us, it would be somewhere in the dispatch area for sheriff's dispatch. In a wall, exterior wall, where you can put your newborn baby, depending on our Virginia surrender laws, and drop your baby securely if you feel the need that you can't take care of it.
take care of it.
Thank you.
It's I believe it's Safe Haven box.
I think that's what they're called.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what the other state is.
If we move in that direction, be sure to include Chad.
Well, there's a whole system. It's you send in the request for information and they provide everything.
Yeah.
But it needs to be at someplace that's manned
Right,
24
I
hours.
understand, but also want to tell them
Yes.
the child has to be taken care of. So that's why I say
Right.
on
Right.
social services.
Yeah.
He'll be our first
Yes.
contact.
Yes.
It would be nice to research that, to see if we can be the first site in Virginia to have a drop box.
Just thank staff for putting up with us and for putting up with me. I was the one that she mentioned this morning about the reports not matching up. I sat and I looked them, I couldn't get any numbers, and they finally got me on the right track, even after sitting here all these years. Should have realized why they didn't match up, but I just want to thank y'all for all y'all do. And the other staff too, please.
Yes, we will.
And I have just one more thing too.
Well, you know, it's like I said, we've had good staff through the years, but I think right now we have as good a staff as we could ever hope for. Everybody's committed to doing their job and everybody's committed to helping the public. And that's what we're here for.
Public servants.
And that makes our job easy.
And I just want to thank Chris for your service and everything that you did for us and wish you the best of luck on your new endeavors. And I felt that the chairman's email was so appropriate and really kind of said everything
It
for
covered
us. It really covered it. But I just want to personally thank you in a public meeting for all the work you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. Make sure that thank you got to you guys.
Did.
Your turn.
The only thing I gotta say is that
He's probably like, man, that's fun today.
Just wait till the night meeting.
It's been a calm day.
I just want to say that every time that I go up to the high school, I'm more impressed with that new building. And I get, yeah, and I get people that ask me about, well, why'd y'all build that new building up? And I explain to them what that building is going to do. They all for it. And I mean, I wished I could turn the clock back and had that when I was up there, you know. It was-
Oh, yeah.
Stuff they were talking
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And I got a feeling you're gonna see a lot less dropouts because of that.
Our
Because,
rate's already pretty
Yeah.
good, but I think you're right. I think it's gonna even make it.
you know, I've told you about the boy that ended up getting killed in a car wreck. And I worked a theft and I found his report cards, the reason I know who done it. D's and F's and everything but automotive, straight A's. And I asked him, I said, why can't y'all do something to, you know, reach out to them? You know, I mean, they gotta have a little math and a little stuff like that, but concentrate on that automotive. That's what he was interested in, and then build the other into it. And that boy may still be alive. I don't know. Never know. You know, because he ended up dropping out of school, and that was his thing, was cars. You know. So I'm really, really tickled.
blessed to
You
have
know,
it.
it is. It is.
I'm a product of that vocational building. And I'm so impressed like you with what's there now that, but we can't just freeze where we're at. It has to be constant improvements or we lose everything we gain.
And you know, another thing that I noticed, and I mean, we had good teachers back in our days with what they had to work with some of us boys, but anyway, they were strict, you know, they had to be. But the ones we got up there now is passionate about their job. You know, Mr. Hollingsworth, you know, I've known him for years and years and years
Yep.
and years. I mean, he's passionate about his job. And Dr. Wheeler, you know, he's really passionate about doing the best he can for our kids.
The best move they ever made at that high school was putting Barry in that position.
Yeah, it is. It is because kids relate to him.
The kids relate to it, and he truly cares about them.
Mhm.
It's not a put on or
Oh, no.
anything else.
Oh, yeah.
And every single one of them, it's not,
Yep.
not a class or not I mean, he cares equally about every one of them. And he's gonna do whatever it takes to provide what he can provide.
Shouldn't call it this, but I was noticing them kids when we was eating lunch. You know, all of them, they had their little groups, but all of them was happy. I didn't see no hang down,
No,
droopy looks in their face. You know, it seemed like it was all enjoying being there. Even the culinary class.
oh, yeah.
There's a couple boys and I thought, y'all learn to cook? And I thought, well, big deal, you know.
I know.
You know, they
My daughter didn't look too excited to see me though.
What are you doing here? Don't you look, that was one of them,
It didn't help I went to her table.
don't you embarrass me. That was that look.
But I think it's really great, that move we made. It cost us, but it didn't cost us as much as what they originally wanted, but they've done a lot with what they got. Mhm. I'm really looking forward to opening the house when you see the finished product.
I even love the renovations done, but I'll take it men's as we
Yeah.
go.
There you go. Staff got anything they want to harp at us about?
Everybody but Kevin, you can't, no.
Come back in as our bodyguard.
You may not want to hang around if you put this crazy bunch of. I do have high hopes for him because if he come out of jail, he can put up anything.
And Kevin made me think of, at some point, we need to get our committee together before budget. Well, let's not forget about that. We said we was gonna get together and kind of go over what we saw and everything.
We'll reach out to every one of y'all with a date for our joint subcommittee meeting. Tentatively, we got one set for the 27th.
So,
Is 27th.
27th of February? No, we don't know, but Andrew mentioned to me that you had requested that.
Right.
Yes, he mentioned that to me. Yes.
So last email I got, I think it's still on here, so tentatively everybody was agreed to the 27th.
And on that note, PSA had asked about having more representation there, but after thinking about it, we can't, because Linda and I are on the PSA, and so is Will. So if we get one more, we've got a illegal quorum of the PSA board. So we will try and do a better job of reporting, bringing the PSA board up to speed on what we learned at the joint subcommittee meeting.
You get to wear 2 hats and that, and that's,
I think I'm wearing 3, but
Yeah.
that is something that was really good. I know the pandemic sort of sunk it, but,
it just kept everybody up on what the other group's doing or what they're thinking.
would be you or Kim or both of you.
Well, what Andrew and I have put in our independent request, if you all would be so kind to allow Andrew and I, and
I
if
think-
somebody
I think
to
you should.
kind of help,
Yeah.
so
I think you
it's
should.
easier to report back to the rest of the board about what went on and some of those kind of, and then we can also, there's a lot of stuff both of us end up doing that, we don't necessarily report during these meetings, so we can be
Yeah.
like, no, we already did that, thanks.
That's what I'm getting ready to say, when me and Jerry gets,
It's you and Joe, I'm not there. You could have one person.
Well, it's me and Will.
Yeah, you and Will.
And Bruce was, but
Okay, so then, yeah.
that made the third. I don't know if Chris is coming or if Bruce is coming now that Bruce is vice chair.
Chris had been coming.
Yeah, but it's up to them who to.
How many's on the PSA board?
7 of us.
7? So you'd have
We could have 3
3 and a
members.
half.
We could have 3 members there. But but if we go to the 4th one,
Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah,
'Cause you
and see,
you-
since Joe and I on it, you can't,
no,
because then that'd be a quorum of this board, so that's where you run into. But we'll just try and do a better job of reporting to the PSA. I already talked to Mike and see if we, now I know we've been having these long minutes. Like if you or Andrew are doing it, maybe you could do like a little overview report. And then we could send that out to schools, to us, the PSA, whatever,
it is public, right?
Yeah, it's public.
So a PSA representative could go
Yeah,
and just listen.
and listen.
And
if they wanted
report
to.
back. Yeah, that might be our way to do it.
Yeah, it has to be
but
public,
the way people's watching this,
long as it's not doesn't create a quorum.
Right,
in
of
each
any of
shape.
the boards, so somebody, yeah,
We'd have to be careful with that.
yeah. Okay.
But related to budget things, I think the chairman's timing is really helpful, because there are some things that Andrew and I have been talking about, and the mayor and I have talked about, that might involve more than one elected body. And so as we do more and more things together, that would be great. That'd be great. I would add two things, if I might, real quick. One is, thank you for the nice comments, y'all, much appreciated. I have to say, slogging through all those minutes really made us appreciate days that you're not here, no offense, but, that was a joke, bad joke. See, I told you, I try, Kim. I'm not funny. They're trying to make me funny. Anyway, but we really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, so I think, yeah, I will tell you that too, that Andrew and I have been trying really hard to work on some things together. And so I think that's been really helpful. And so we'll keep trying to keep you all abreast of those things as well. Because there are a lot of things that really, it works a lot better if the county and the town are working together on them. And there are a lot of things.
we've
So.
got a great relationship over the last 3 or 4 years. And I want to keep it.
So, and then the other thing real quick I wanted to mention is I just pulled up the announcement about the 6-year road plan. And so they had suggested 7 o'clock, and I have suggested we move it to 6:30. because we've moved our meetings half
Right,
hour early,
okay.
so when y'all said 6 earlier, I wanted to make sure we corrected that, because if people come to speak at 6, they might be really bored. 6:30.
6:30.
Yeah, well, we've suggested they move it to 6:30 because that works better, like your timing today, it
Right.
works a little better, it feels like, if we do it sooner in the meeting.
Yeah.
So
If we
that's,
if I get for the public meeting,
So they would have had to have advertised. Did they advertise?
I gotta do it.
yeah, it should have been in for today.
Yeah, for today.
Yeah, so they should have said something in today.
Okay.
And there will be a nice article, I understand, a very positive article in the paper next week about one of our staff members. So, that'd be nice. But again, thank you to all of our folks. The number of times that you guys don't see all these folks sitting around the table stuffing envelopes, and it's just really nice. That's right. So,
Yeah, that's one thing. I'm glad that they began to put some of our staff out there, because a lot of people don't realize, you know, what county government does. You know, just when a hot topic comes up, you know, then they want to run in here and tell us what we're doing wrong. But, you know, they don't see what's going on in the background. And that's the reason I wish I could see people just come in here and sit and listen.
You done? Have one quick question. Where is the planning commission at on the subdivision ordinance, and will it get before we start on the comprehensive plan? Will we get get it, or do you know?
The planning commission, currently, we're still redoing the subdivision ordinance. And the plan is to not start the comprehensive plan until the subdivision ordinance is done and voted on here. One thing at a time.
Right. Well, I was
Yeah.
just curious. I hadn't heard anything for a while, so.
It's a slow
I can imagine.
trudge through the subdivision ordinance.
Does blood out of a turnip come to mind?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
They sure trying to milk that turnip.
And that, there's somebody who keeps saying, what about personal property rights, and drags the whole thing into the weeds.
I wonder who.
Ah,
Well, the idea of changing that thing was to expand not only property rights, but citizens' responsibility for themselves.
yeah, that gets
That-
interesting.
That government had taken over those responsibilities, and the board that started this process to a T said that we felt like we needed to put some of the responsibility back on the citizens where it needed to be.
I don't care what kind of driveway you build. Fire and rescue can't get to you?
Well,
That was your choice.
yeah, well, we care, but if I've got a driveway and I need a fire truck up there and my driveway is not in a shape to get the fire truck there, that's not the fire department's fault and it's not our fault.
It's your choice.
You can
It's
only
your-
lay
it's
so
part of
much
your
hose,
choice.
right?
It's your responsibility.
So, yeah, that's where the planning commission is right now on that.
So I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.